Good morning and welcome aboard. We're getting all set up here in the background for this morning's coaching session for new and experienced traders. We're focused on the S&P 500 E-mini here. Hey, Bob, welcome aboard. Everybody else, good morning. Hey, Bob, let us know what you're trading. New or experienced? When you pop into our Zoom side, make sure you put up our chat window. For those that are joining us in our socials, welcome aboard. Put up an S&P 500 E-mini chart if you have it. If you want to join us in our home base, Zoom, come in as our guest. Daytradingmarkets.org is the registration, daytradingmarkets.org, O-R-G. We look to do 2, 3, 4, 5 trades during this educational only session. This is a group trade along coaching session. We're looking to do 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. We're looking to pick up 2 points plus in each trade. We look to end the morning session by picking up $2, $3, $4, $500 based on our trades. One contract in the S&P 500 E-mini. This is an opportunity for you to learn how to trade, set yourself up in business first. We have links to our affiliates to set you up with a trading account. We have links to our affiliates that can help you look to earn a funded trading account if you don't have trading capital. Hey, Craig, good morning. Bob, quick sound check for you. Here, we do this every trading day. We have a group coaching session. We open up our service at 8:30 a.m. New traders, experienced traders, we get them set up for our services. If they need to set themselves up with a charting package, you can do that through one of our affiliates. If you have charts, put up an S&P 500 E-mini chart. This is for traders that are looking to develop consistent profitability in their trading. There's a lot that goes on both publicly and privately in our service. Hey, Mike, how are you this morning? Bob S. Still looking for you. Hey, Mark. Good morning. Maureen. Hey, Anupam. For those that are joining us out in our socials, welcome aboard. There's an opportunity for you to be an entrepreneur if you choose. Work trading into your life, intraday trading, day trading. Bob S. Sound check for you. Mark, sound check for you. Use the chat feature to respond. Got a number of people coming out of our socials. Appreciate it. Daytradingmarkets.org is the drop in. Free access pass to our Zoom room. We're going to be working the market coming up. Your trade along coach is a 25-year veteran trader of the trading pits in Chicago. He's actively scalping for his own trading account. He lays out a series of levels for himself right around the cash open. He gives them out to everybody for this coaching session. Write them down. Pay attention to what happens in the market based on the action of price change in the S&P 500 E-mini. It's one of the keys here to Sol's methodology, his price action trading strategy. Everything I'm describing here is teachable by us, Sol, learnable by you. Through this group coaching session and also an opportunity to do one-on-one coaching sessions with Sol. Bob S. sound check for you. Mark F. sound check for you. Everybody else is checked in. Thank you. Want to make sure that your carbon-based unit Hey, Mark, that's great. Hey, Mark, let us know if you're new or experienced at trading. Bob asked the same. We're going to get underway in a couple minutes here. When Saul pops in, give him a big shout out. Going to give out this morning's coaching levels, pivot and other levels on top and bottom of that pivot. Write them down. Pay attention to the action of price in and around those levels. And then Saul has his own price action trading strategy that he's going to put to use today. And he's available for you to have him teach you, mentor you, school you by being part of this service as first, this coaching session, second, one-on-one coaching based on your interest, how you would like to develop as a trader. We work in Zoom. And again, if you're popping in from one of our socials, welcome aboard. If you were out in one of our socials and like to pop into Zoom, join us. You have a free guest pass, daytradingmarkets.org. If you're in one of our socials, please like us, follow us, share us, heart us, give us a thumbs up. It really helps with the algorithm. So take a moment to do that. Hey, Sophie, good morning. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Mark, that's great. Bob S., need a sound check from you. Sophie, sound check from you. Let us know if you were new or experienced in trading. And make sure you put up the chat feature in Zoom. Saul is going to give out this morning's levels in audio, pivot, and other levels on top and bottom of that pivot. Hey, Sophie, quick sound check. Bob S., you back? That's right. This is a group coaching session focused on getting traders started when it comes to their trading opportunity. Through our affiliates, we have links to charts, trading platform. You can either go two ways. One is to trade your own capital, risk capital, or trade a funded trading account or earn the right to earn a funded trading account. First start in this journey, first step is to get yourself set up. The second step is to learn how to trade. And who better to learn how to trade from a 25-year veteran trader that is actively trading and is available based on this kind of service to be able to work with you on an individualized basis based on your goals. Trading is a true entrepreneurial setup. You got to get yourself set up first, and then you've got to be able to learn, apply, be adjusted and tweaked based on that application, and look to get better based on being taught, mentored, schooled. First order of business here is this group coaching session. Hey, Ash, good morning. How are you? Bob S., still need to hear from you. You might get exited. Hey, Pat, how are you today? Sophie, I think you answered. Give us a quick sound check. Let us know where you are on the curve of trading. Newer experienced. Use the chat feature to respond. For those that are joining us out in our socials, welcome aboard. Take a moment to like us, share us, follow us. Go to our home base and our social, the social you're coming in on. We do have a new community in Twitter/X. Find the community, Day Trading Markets, and join us. We just started it. If you like what we're doing here, tell your friends, invite them in. Daytradingmarkets.org, daytradingmarkets.org. It's not .com, it's .org. And that is a drop in to Zoom with a free guest pass. To take a moment to do that. Hey, Charlotte, how are you doing this morning? Let us know if you're new or experienced in trading. Now, it really is up to you. You've got the ball. Saul's popping in now. When he pops in, he's going to give out this morning's levels. Give him a quick shout out and thank him for his time. I'll post the opportunity to sign up for the
good morning,
service.
everyone. Let's give you our levels for this morning. As the market opens up here, our pivot this morning is going to be 51.48, 51.48. A resistance above at 56, 64, 73, 81, 92. Support below at 30, 35, 26, 18, 06, 15.99. Pivot 48, support 35, 26. As we touch the 56 area here right away, give me a second here. 18.06 and 15.99. Upside at 56, 64, 73, 81, 92. Give me one. Okay. We just bounced right off of that 56 area really quickly here on this opening. Again, we are trading unemployment this morning. And as you can see here, bonds liked it, equities liked it, and they seem to be moving in tandem these days, especially when it comes to the effect of economic reports on inflation because of what the Fed Guru had said that there are going to be data reflective of what their decision is going to be next as far as raising or lowering rates. Bond market back to 116 handle. I haven't seen that. The number came out. It was 174. They were expecting somewhere around the 220 area. Let's see, just to make sure exactly what they were expecting here. Let's see, they were didn't know that. Okay, they were expecting 240. Came out at 175. But not only that, lower wages on lower wage growth also, and the annual. They were looking for the wage growth, hourly earnings to dip below 4%, and they did that. So they're very happy with these numbers. Little growth, low inflation. Non-farm got 175. Expecting, well, I got 240. Yeah, so pretty right there with these numbers. The Goldilocks U.S. report for both the Federal Reserve and the markets. Solid unemployment growth of 174, lower wage growth of 0.2 month to month, and 3.9 annually. So everybody is happy there as far as data-driven information, and that's why the bonds and the equities kind of like it here a little bit. And there are the levels again buried for you in the chat. Again, we came right up to that 56 area there and came off. And a little support would be back around the next support level will be down at 36. As you can see there in the 36 is our first support. Did I say 35? 36, 35 area right in there. No, I did say 35. I'm sorry, you're right. I can't read my own handwriting. I got it right here. And I also checked where I put my orders in. Okay, 35. We're good. All right, we're again, we got a little volatility here, at least in the morning, so be mindful of that when you're trading. There's going to be some movement here because they're going to react to, this number, the bottom of the range there. If you're a little aggressive, the yields right now on the treasuries, the 30 years are trading at 467. And interestingly enough, the 10s or 2s are trading at 477. So we have the 2s to 10s, which has been 60 basis point difference for a long time. 2s are trading at 478, and the 10s are trading at 450. So they've gotten this down to less than 30 right now, as far as the spread is concerned. So nice rotation there in the yields in the bond market as we slowly are getting away from inverted yield curve that's been worrisome to the market as far as holding it back. The market kind of telling you that they're concerned in regards to this recession. Usually you get the inverted curve, you got a recession coming, but we've stayed away from that very nicely here. But and so the market is finally reacting to that. All right, we're coming back down here. We'll support now at the 35 area. You see our blue band coming in there at 34. So nice rotation. We got right up to that 56 area and came off of it. I wish I could have told you to stay short there, or hopefully some of you were able to get in. Let's see if we have any other numbers coming out. So very good. Not a good number, but like I said yesterday, all these good numbers are bad, vice versa. And this is not the best number in regards to, you know, the economy and everything, but given circumstances, it seems like they love it. Let's see here. We have again any number coming out today is going to, a little small compared to um, the what's happening over the last 2 days. We do have ISM services coming out here um, at 9 o'clock. We're staying a little. I mean, we're up 50 basis point, 50 S&P points. So this is on the top of yesterday's rally. If you were with us trading yesterday, we suggested during the day that if we get above 75, I think it was 50.75, the market turned bullish, and they did pop the market up. If you were trading, had a nice little buying opportunity there, and could have taken advantage of that little rally here above that level. All right, just kind of gravitating here a little bit, got down there to 39 area, popped it back up a little bit. Anybody has any questions? We are trading mini S&Ps. We're looking for opportunities to scalp the market based on the levels you see in the chat, in addition to any price action trades that might occur. Combination of both of those gives us our setups for this morning. And we are trying to scalp the market, and we're be mindful of the volatility in the market, so that at least for the time being, we're looking at about 4-point rotations on our levels, against our levels, as the market continues to dip down here a little bit. We got a little support down here at the 35 area. So again, all we're trying to do is take advantage of ebbs and flows. That's what we're trying to do here. And scalping the market. We had a little resistance up there against the 56 area. They got up to right up to that 56 area and came off of it. It was right on the opening bell, so it was kind of a little tight. Hopefully, some of you were able to jump in. We do have ISM and services coming out here at 9 o'clock, and we'll see what that brings to the table. All right, so we dipped down, got down to at about 37 area. Down back up here to the pivot area, to the range we were trading at after the number came out. So being a little bit careful there. All right. Again, we just missed out on our against our 35. Got down to 37 and change. Even if at 36, there we still didn't nab it, unfortunately. Close, as they say, but no cigarettes. Again, you could have made a case for any of that little area there based on the last time they came down, or last time we were up here. Like I said, I always take the safer route, but you could always make adjustments. And again, we are always trying to make sure you kind of figure levels on your own, and then incorporate my levels into yours. This is the goal of our coaching classes here. We do offer education classes here, so that you can understand the methodology, and as well as finding levels and understanding price action trades and understanding why you would get into these trades. The most important thing is to make sure you understand why you're getting into a trade instead of just trading willy-nilly. And as we come back up here to these interim highs, 56 already got triggered, so our next level on the upside is up at the 64 area. I see, I mean, this is what happens with these markets. They just are very kind of bullish here. All right, we're just kind of floating around our pivot area here, so kind of a little neutral. We tried to get the 36, 35 area there, just kind of got the 37 and change, so that's unfortunate. You have to be a little bit careful now if we go back and retest that 35 area, if we go back down there. All right, market upticking here a little. Testing again. We tested at 56, so we're not looking at that anymore as we hitting some stops here. Next level we're looking at is up at 64. Hey Don, are you around?
Yes, sir.
Can you jump in here at 9:15? I have another freaking doctor's appointment I totally didn't know about that I made like 9 months ago.
Yep. Be glad to.
Send me a reminder yesterday afternoon. I'm like, oh, geez, thanks for the heads up. I didn't even know why I make these damn appointments. It's so stupid. These follow-up checkups. These doctors, all they want to do is cover their ass.
Yep. Pretty much.
I mean, that's all they're doing. It's kind of stupid, actually. I'm just kind of a little aggravated at it. But I have to go to them. You know how that is.
Yep.
All right. Well, you didn't catch the rally. I mean, did you trade this morning?
Oh yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, good. What was I going to tell you? Yeah, they got above that 75 yesterday and never looked back. All right, we're up here against his highs. I would look at 64 next.
Did we have news out at 8:45?
No.
Got some at 9.
Yeah, 9 o'clock we have ISM services. We do have Fed speak. Oh, later on tonight. Forget it. There's a couple of Fed speaks, but they're doing a Friday night special.
They're gonna do it without me.
Yeah, yeah. Hang on a second. You had the initial rally yesterday in the afternoon, and then they had results that came out right after the close with Apple, and that pushed the market a little bit higher above the 5100 level. That was after the market when Apple came out with his earnings. Tech giant results were better than expected despite iPhone fears in China. Sales weakness was seen in categories including iPads, Macs, wearables, but investors cheered its updated capital return plan that added a record $110 billion in buyback programs and raised its quarterly dividend to 25 cents. We view Apple's continued employment of generously shared buybacks as a critical tool for the stock weathering the near-term headwinds facing the underlying fundamental outlook, said some analyst. Okay, so we're up here on these interim highs. We're looking at the 64 area as our next level of resistance, a little support. I would have to say around the 44, 45 area. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to get filled down there at 36, 35, well, 36, half 36, but I never got down there. So it is what it is. The domestic labor market remains tight, with April's non-farm payrolls expected to show more than 200,000 jobs were added to the U.S. economy for the fourth straight month. Unemployment rate is also forecast to remain at 3.8%, resulting in 27 straight consecutive months that the jobless rate has stayed under 4% and making the longest such a stretch since the 1960s. It's a peculiar dynamic as interest rates have remained relatively high over much of the past 2 years, and conventionally thinking suggested that this would have made some dent in the job market by now. Well, guess what? There's the dent. They got the dent that they were looking for. Powell says that they are and have telegraphed the Fed's next move will be down, not up. That despite inflation remains sticky around 3% level and this persistent price pressures in the first quarter of the year. Those forces have also led many investors consider wage growth to be an important indicator in today's non-farm payroll, and talked about the wage growth stayed steady or that came down lower than expected. The year-to-year was expected to go to 4%, came out at 3.9, from the previous 4.1%. So that was the wage growth part was very taken very well here, and I think this is why we're getting this bond rally and the S&P rally. Higher than expected wage increases may fear the fears of a resurgent inflation, but we didn't see that, so that's why we're here. So even though you get the non-farm payroll number, you do have that inflation factor. They did the same thing with the GDP number last week, where they had the GDP growth number was good, but then that inflation part of the number was bearish, and that's why they sold it off last time we were up at these levels. All right, we are hanging up here at these highs. 64 is our next level of resistance. Nice little rotation here over the last couple days. We were almost down at a 50. Well, we were down at a 50 handle, but almost down at 49 handle. But now we're back up here, almost a 52 handle. So this is the gyrations of futures markets. All right, we trying to push up here to new highs. They did by a couple ticks and then came off. All right, now we continue to uptick here. $64 areas next. That's what we're gonna be focused in on. A little support, like I said earlier, at the 44 to 45 area. All right, we slowly upticking. Again, now remember, rally markets, not our best trade. I don't know if it's gonna, they're gonna really suck the volatility out or not. Let's hope not. But when they get into these rally market modes, they tend to really suck the premium out of everything. So be a little bit mindful of that if you are trading. As we slowly uptick, you can see all of a sudden the volatility is kind of shriveled up here.
Yeah, we have a 1380 VIX this morning.
1380. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, that's good indication of shriveling volatility. All right, continue to uptick here. We're looking at the 64 area. We do have a number coming out here at 9 o'clock. Like I said, there's a number. I don't know if it's going to react to them. I have any reactive mode into the market or not, but there is a number coming out here. So ISM services, we just want to be mindful of that if we're going to be trading anything up here coming out in a couple minutes. See if we can get filled here before the number or close to the number. Give us a chance to trade it. Again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. We are trying to take advantage of ebbs and flows in the market. We have to be patient and wait for our opportunities to present themselves and then try to take advantage of it when it occurs. Yesterday, we were extremely busy. We were looking about average 4 to 5 trades a day. We were, could have easily been in double digits yesterday if you were trading. If, opportunities. So as we come up here to these highs, there's a number coming out here in about a minute. So let's keep that in mind here if you're going to be trading. All right, so now we got a number in about a minute or so. So I'll be careful there around 64 area if you're going to trade it at all. A little support right now would be around 44, 45 if on the downside. And see what happens. Let this number come out and then go from there. Of course, like I said, the number's out. This is what happens. And that's why we try to not to trade a number here. And yeah, whoa, 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 whoa. That's nice.
Go, baby, go.
Okay. All right. That was a good one. Wow. I didn't think this was going to make this much of a move on this little number here. Wow. All right.
There we
there you
go.
All right.
Now, if it'll go to 43, it'd be excellent.
Oh, we got down right to 45 there. We said we had support down there. If you had a little order against the 44, 45 area, you get a nice rotation. Again, you have to, if you're going to be trading this, you have to understand the risk. Okay. As you can see here, went from 64 down to 44 and 45 in a flash, in less than a minute. So as long as you understand the risk. If you did jump in there at 45 there, and I don't know, you had to have the order in there, obviously, right? Um, and you had to have the order in probably before the number was out, and then went down there and got filled very nicely here, and you're getting a nice little rotation here against that as well. Wow, that was a nice little surprise, both ends. All
Yeah,
righty.
for once it worked with us instead of against
Right.
us.
Right. Wow.
We'll take it.
That was a gift, actually. Gotta take those. So here's the thing. Here's what most people don't have. You got to remember. Next support level underneath here right now is going to be the 35. But like I said, you have to be a little bit careful around the 35. Like I said about numbers, you'll always remember the time you get run over, right? You
Yeah.
always do, because that's it's very painful to watch. You lose money and you remember those bad days really good. But this was the perfect trade against both of our levels that we talked about. Yeah, if you left the order in, obviously it was trading well below that. So, but again, there's a risk reward relationship here, and that's why you have to understand your own risk tolerance. But you always remember the bad ones when you get run over, and then when you have good ones like this, this was a nice gift on both ends here. And hopefully some of you were able to take advantage of it. If you weren't, that's fine. There's going to be other opportunities. I really didn't think this number was going to create so much volatility, because they didn't clear the deck on the um, in the bond market. They just cleared the deck in the equities. So Mike, and you're quite to ask to answer your post there. If you did what we talked about yesterday in regards to stops with the automatic stops, you would have got stopped out. So you shouldn't feel bad, because it got up to 60. It got up to 66.75. So that should be a happy face now. There you go. Remind me again, if the thing is about that, if you're going to be doing this during a number, that kind of you have to. It's risky, but you might not have to do it like solo instead of that. Those the old stuff. I mean, you have to understand your risk tolerance. So that's why we tell you not to trade a number. Because if you have your stops in place, and you could easily get stopped out in the market. This is what it just did: reverses in a split second, but you would have got stopped out already. So it's one of those. You have to understand the risk and then trade it accordingly. Like Don said, it's nice that it went our way for once, because it could easily go the other way. And you have to remember this trade when you're trading and you get run over. This was kind of makes up for a lot of those. So you have to kind of remember that when we are trading, that you got to take the good with the bad.
Well, I didn't realize it was going to go down here.
Yeah, neither did I, but I was happy. I was very happy with the 45.
I was happy to get out of that position. I was short.
All right, now we're rotating back down here again. We told you to be a little bit careful there around 35, especially now that we went down and stopped there at 38 area. It's a lot more, very, very tenuous to 35 right now. Bonds did the same thing. They reversed, and they made a new kind of interim high and then flushed it back down to these interim lows. So kind of reacting to what the bonds are doing here. I mean, I wouldn't look at the bond market to give us an indication. Just remember that I'm just watching. All right. Well, if we float back up here to the middle of this range, I got no opinion. And on the downside, I have to be very careful of the 35. Probably look at the 26 area next as my next little support if you're more risk averse. No, you don't. No, I want myself to have an opinion because then I'll trade against my own opinion. How's that? How's that for opinion? So since I can't trade against my own opinion because that's intuitively messed up, so I'll just don't have an opinion. Period. All right, we're coming back up here to the pivot. Again, if we do come back up here, we're totally neutral right now. Don't have any opinion. We got filled on the upside. 64 really up on top there. You could go retest it, that spike against the 66 area, but I would probably look at 73. And then on the downside, like I said, the 35 is a little riskier. I would definitely look at 26. All right, Don, you know what? I'm in a really good mood now, so I don't care what the doctor says. How's that?
Hey, I'm with you.
All
We
right.
could pull a fill up and just go.
Yeah. Yeah. Let him tell me whatever he wants to tell me. I'm going to say, I don't care, whatever you say. All right. I will, everybody, you're in good hands with Don. He's been with me for a long time. He understands what we're trying to do. And he's got it. He handles jumps in here for me when I have stuff that I have to leave here for a bit. So he's gonna hang in there with you, and hopefully you get a couple more opportunities there. And just be patient and wait for him, and make sure you keep your stops in place. All right, we'll get back here in a bit. Thanks, Don.
Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Hell, I got to get Saul's numbers out of here. I know we've got a little bit of support down here in that anywhere from 34 to 36. Now, if they break it down, how much juice does it have to shoot through these things? I have no idea. We'll just have to wait and see. Like he says, the better level down there is going to be probably a 26. I have an intermediate area down around 30. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Nowadays, you don't know if you have the flu, you have COVID, you have this, whatever the latest fad is. Well, I hate we didn't get down to 36. I had an order sitting there. Oh, well. See if we can get it back down to 41. There we go. Now I'm officially finished. I say that. Give me a few minutes. There'll be another tray come along. Yes, I'd be more than happy to ask. Let's see the Bollinger Bands. Okay. First of all, I don't use them, but I do have the parameters that Saul uses. And let me get them for you. Properties. The Bollinger Bands, the standard deviation is 2 and the period is 20. Have a good weekend, Philip. Hope you get to feeling a little better. And it's calculated on the bar close. That was the original. That's where Saul's charts are. And I know this because I know as he changed them, my daddy did. That's where I set them up at. And that is the same parameters when I first started with him that we're still using. Now, I know people trade the Bollinger Bands. I personally just don't know how to trade the Bollinger Bands. So you won't, the only thing that I have on my Bollinger Bands, like if you look at Saul's charts, he has the red outer bands. Well, I just colored mine white because I don't need them. But we do use the blue band, which is the center of the Bollinger Band. And so, when we originally started, or when I originally started with him, he had Ninja Trader back then. And we used the Bollinger Bands. We used the 200-day moving average, and he had a 50-period moving average on there. So I still have those on my original charts, but let's see. We're coming down. The 34 would have been a good entry spot. On this side of that 35, that we should yield 38 out of this thing. Now, will it? I don't know, but it should. Like I said, it depends on how much juice we had when we got down there to it. Let's see. We've already been to 39. So the 34 still should see the 38 again. We've got the 37.75. There we go. So the level, if you left your order in there and you got paid off, and like I said, we had support in the area from 34 to 36. I did not take the 34 if I was talking about Bollinger Bands, but if I would have, I would have taken it. Yes, I'll post the numbers. The numbers are in the chat for those that came in late. You know, it's for me, it's been a good morning already this morning, especially since that we got that big break, because I was short in that area and I'm going. Then it And I said, well, we're going to go down to at least 51 and hopefully 43. Well, we got down to 51 and I says, this is good enough. And I bailed the trade. All right, the next level Sal's got down is at 26. We've got a little intermediate support at 29, 30 area, 28 to 30. We got a little resistance back up here at 39 to 43. I know those are just areas that I expect this market to kind of pause a little bit at, but I can see us going back into the 45 area. But I know that when we get to around the 42, 43, we ought to get a little jumbled. Am I going to trade the jumble? No, we get past 43, about 43.50. We should see that at 45, 50, 46. We got a blue band coming in there sitting at about 44. And I know that at 43 right now, I've got a little bit of resistance up there. This is Friday. You know, I'm not in a hole right now. I'm just so happy. Uh, you can't rule that out, Mike. On the Bollinger Bands and the pivot. The Bollinger Band and our pivot is right on top of each other right now on my chart. So the blue band on Saul's 5-minute chart and the 48. Let's see, he had 48. You know, we've already been across that ground once. Can we go back to the other side of it? Yes. But as it stands now, I've got to use these levels kind of below like the 26 area. You know, we just, you know, I know we all want to trade. We all have to see something and we have to have a place to get in. And right now, you know, no matter what I think, it's not giving me, you know, we've already worked on this 35, 36 area. I had a 32 target zone this morning, pre-market. And honestly, I don't know where it came from. Yep. That's it. You know, this is kind of like playing cards. You know, you got to wait to see what the next card is so you can kind of put it together. Okay, there's that 32 target area. I had a real good reason for taking that. I like 30 better. I mean, that's just a target zone. So if I was short coming into this, I'd have been taking profits around 32. You know, this market, if you look at it, it was coming down and it hit an area and we bounced. And do we know how high it's going to go? No. You know, we're here to scalp the market, take some off, and if you got a runner on, you can leave a runner on, or you can just, you know, say, hey, from 32 to 35, you know, I'm happy with that. And get out. Wait till it gives you another spot. And that's the hard part. It's just sitting around waiting. And if you'll learn to be patient and wait for the right spots, the opportunities will keep coming. I mean, this happens all day long. So there's nothing new and exciting what we do. It's just we have to wait for the market to give us something to trade. And when it does, it just you know, if you took a 3 lot or a 4 lot and you take a couple of trades, or you take, say you take one trade at 32. Well, I know at 30 and 28 is going to be, and Saul's got a level sitting at 26. So I did have an order sitting at 30 and 28, but it stopped at 32. And I had an area in there and I didn't take it. But we're just looking for the market to go someplace where we think this is about the right spot to get in on. And you get in, you're either going to be right or you're going to be wrong. It just sometimes it just you may be right, but it may take a while to be right. And most people aren't willing to sit into a trade. Uh, you know, we want to be doing something. You know, I'm watching the market. I'm just sitting here, just, you know, a 5 minute bar might as well be an hourly bar. So I dial over to the 1 minutes and say, okay, where are we going? Where are we going? You know, uh, I'm really surprised we didn't make it back up to that 45 area. But like I said, we're going to have to get past that 43. We'll get to see what they were about a little after 10, probably around 10:20, somewhere in there. We'll get to see what they want to do with this market the rest of the day, or at least till 12, 1 o'clock. Sal's next level down is at 26. We got down to 30.75. I might pull my 30. And oh, I know where that 32 came from. And now watch that 30 yield us 2 points real quick. Sal's got 26. I left my 28 in there. And I won't stay with this thing long. It's either going to make it real quick or I will punch the out button. There we go. We should rotate back to 32. But I took the 20, since we got so close to that 30 the first time, I took the 28 and got out at 30. I'm not being real greedy on this. Uh, we got up there. I don't know if you'd have gotten filled on that one, I think. We got 32 and a quarter. That's what trading the levels, okay, we got down to, what did we get down to? That low was 27.75. The sales levels 26. Now, this is where you have to kind of make a decision. Okay, usually we get within 1 point of it. It may be time to, either pull the 20, normally we would be at 27. But maybe pull the 27 and you could leave the 26 and the 25 in there, or just wait and see the 25. But right now we're headed back to that. Looks like we're headed back to the 45 area, but we got to get past the 43. Kind of makes me wish I'd have held my 28. Trust me, if I saw something more in there, I would have held it. I know we've got a little bit right around that 42 area. Okay, we come up to 43 and just about stop 42.75. I can see this thing rotating all the way back down to that 31 area. Don't know if it will or not, but it, technically it should. All right, there's our 43 again. Let's see. Technically, we should see 38.75 again. After a while, you start to see all of this stuff, and the water gets really muddy. We got stuff going on above, stuff going on below, and they're going to take it to one side or the other. We just, the bias today for me was to the upside. I wanted to be down, but it says, no, we're going up. Well, we got back to the 38.75. Now, if it rotates to the 31, there's no reason to jump in here. I'm just it's kind of like, okay, something's going on right now. If you were short this thing, I'd be looking to cover somewhere around the 32 area. And we got down to 33 and a half. Yeah, it looks like we got down to 32. Like I said, it should have touched 31, but if I was short into this thing, that'd be close enough. Because of that 32 that I had earlier, we got a good bounce off of it the last time. But I don't think we're finished with going down to that 31. Anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, because I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs. There's the 31. So now what do we do? Well, unless something pops up that's just jumping off the page at me, I still see that 45 area up there. Now, are we going to get there? I don't know. I would trade that direction if I had a reason to trade that direction or an area to get in at, which I don't have right at the moment. You know, this morning, I had the 66, I had the 60, I had the 48s, the 42s, 36s, 30s, and the 32s in there. So all of these areas have worked. Now, where we're going now, I don't know. We've already been to a lot of these areas, like we're trading right back in this 36 area. Where do we go from here? Give me about another 30 minutes and I can probably tell you where we'll go. We should be trading what directional. But this, like I say, this is Friday. This is options expiration week. This is send it one way and settle it another. And so I don't have to make, don't get me wrong. I like making money just as well as everybody else. Would I like to make five, 10,000, $20,000 a day? Sure, absolutely. I mean, but I'm not that greedy. I don't want to risk that kind of money. And that piece, that inner peace is worth something to me. So I get ahead. I don't care if it's 2 points. I'm ahead. So then I start being a little more cautious. And as I make more, I even get more cautious. And because I don't want to give it back to them. And for me, the worst thing I can do is I start thinking I know what I'm doing and oh yeah, it's going here, it's going there. Well, I made a couple of good calls here, knock on wood. But are they all going to be good? I can tell you this, no. They will bite you in the hiney. Uh and like I said earlier, we get to the point to where we should go up, we should be going down, we should be doing all of this stuff, and it may do both. We don't know. So we have to trade what it's doing at that point in time and have an area to trade from. And if you live by those rules, okay, this is where I'm getting in at, this is where I'm getting out at if I'm wrong. And just constantly do it day in and day out. It just that's a secret. It's just I come in here and I get a wild idea and I get overly creative, and let me tell you, that costs me a lot of money. That creative streak in there just bites me in the hiney. So I'm not very creative. I'm lucky sometimes, but I'm not creative. Like Saul said this morning, that 9 o'clock number could have went up, and I'm sitting on a short position, and I looked up, it gaps up 4 points. I'm going, uh-oh, that's not good. But then look where it came down to. We came down from that 66 area all the way down to 27, 28. I would have thought yesterday they would have kept taking this market down to at least that 5,000 area. But, yesterday and the day, look where we're at. So it doesn't matter what my opinion is. It matters what the market's doing. And are you making money? So all, all of these levels, they all made money. I cannot complain about the levels not making money. I cannot argue with that. Day in and day out, they make money. And you just have to learn to see it and believe it and then trade it. And if you're wrong, get out, get you another shot at it. That's all you got to do. A lot of times I'll just sit here and watch it just to see if it's going to go where I think it's going to go. Now, Could I have gotten long this market? Yeah, you could have got long about 38.50, somewhere in there. But would you, if you're going to risk it to make 2 points, you're going to have to risk 2 points. And so, if you didn't get in at the first round, you could. Um, but if let's put it this way, I was trading on a shorter time frame to get in that entry, and if I'd have got in there, I'd have been out at the 40 area, just taking a little profit and got out. Because this is what happens. It goes, sucks your profit out of it. Was it a break? Yeah. Was it a false break? Yep. Guys, I'll be right back. Well, I see it wants to run to that 45. For the record, if I was long, I'd be getting out of this thing. I don't know if it's going to keep going or not, but I know it was going back, should have went back to at least that area. And we're hitting the blue band. There we go. It made it. Now the question is where do we go from here? Is it going to bounce off that blue band? If you're a blue bander, that first round back to that blue band, it didn't work too well. We broke too hard. But if you sold the blue band, which was right at 44.75, 44.50, you're getting paid off. There's usually Mark comes in the room. Mark was another Stahl student, been with him a while. And he used to put in the numbers like this, like I do in the mornings. But he was a big blue band trader, and I asked him one day, I said, how many points do you normally get off the blue band? He said, usually I shoot for 3. And so depending on where you got in on that blue band area, if you got in at the 45, but usually 2 points. But sometimes it blows through it. But it'll usually give you an out to either scratch a trade or break even. But it's one of those trades where once you start doing them, you do it all the time. Now, we won't work that blue band all day long. We'll do it in the morning times, and then we'll be out of the trade. Back about 9:30, I was telling you, okay, this market's doing something. It's telling you, okay, we're gonna. It's the level. Some levels have some little swings have been broken. It states, okay, if we can get back above this 45 and stay above it, we get above 48, we should see that high again. Now, will it? I have no idea. It may go up and hit 48 and bounce right back off of it. This morning I was conflicted, either use 48 as my pivot or 42. And sometimes it's that big of a range. It's just kind of like, okay, somewhere in here there's so I settled on the middle of it. It was probably sitting at 45. And that was the lower end of the value area that it had created from 7:30 to about 8:30. But I'm really shocked that we didn't get down to that 26 area. I will trade the pre-market sometimes, depending on what's happening, and I'll look at the news. And I did trade this thing this morning pre-market, and I was short up and around that 54 range, looking to get all the way back down to 42, and it did. Took me a few minutes, but I started looking at it right there, right before 8:30. Well, I actually got in here around a little after 8, and I saw that big green bar going up. I'm going, well, I don't like that. I think that 26 is going to be like a big magnet. It Yeah, it went further than what I anticipated, and then it bounced back up, and I'm going, okay, this thing's going up. So we're getting back up around the oh, this was I shorted the market at 60 and again at 62 and one at 63. And I was looking to get back at least to 51. Well, that news jumped up. I'm going, oh no. And then down it comes Zoom, and I'm going, okay. I'm good now. So I make the same mistakes everybody else does, probably more of them. Let's see, where do we to 110? I know yeah, you almost have to have those orders sitting there. And we have been this 42.36 and 30 area several times, and they're just spots to trade off of. And a lot of times it's kind of like, okay, we're going to trade from this line to this line. If we get below this line, we're probably going to bounce. You'll find out that these areas, like the 35 area, even though we've been to it, can you use it again? Yeah, but your probabilities start going down, especially for a quick scalp. Don't mean it's not going to work, but if you look where that 35 ran through that 5-minute chart, there's a lot of action above and below it. And I believe we're going to get to the 26 today. You know, or let's put it this way, we're going to get pretty close to it. 26, 27. But for me now, it's Friday. I normally don't do well on Fridays. I can dig the deepest and biggest hole you've ever seen on Fridays. So I am trying to do better. Besides that, I've already had 9 trades. 9 trades. Yes. Yes, you can apply. Okay. Well, this is where in lies. I want to say the problem or the rub. We all see something different when we look at a chart. Now, if you think we're going to run all the way back up to the 42 and you want to get long someplace at or around one of these levels, there's nothing wrong with that. And 6, 8, 10 points in the trade. But the question is where are you wrong at? So, and depending on you as a trader, your account size, or let me rephrase, not how much money you have in your account, but how many contracts you trade. Are you a 1-lot trader? Or are you a 2-lot trader? Or are you a 3 or 5 or 10? The name of the game is to get in, take some profits, reduce your risk, and then keep a runner on. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. I might throw a 3-lot at it, but I have to, or I may put a 1-lot. And if it goes against me, I'm still believing in what it's going to do. But at some point in time, you're better off by getting out, going down lower, getting back in at a lower level, even though you took a loss on that first one, because you're going to make that loss back. Plus you're going to make more money on the other one. But in DL, it's a question too, is what is your goal to sit down and do? Are you just sit down? Or we are here to scout the market. If you've ever tried to set in a trade for a longer target, it goes up, it comes down, it goes up, it comes down, it goes against you. You're in a hole. Then and you think, oh no, I'm on the wrong side of this thing. Then it jumps up, and that seesaw. You could have got in that trade, made 2 points, let it come down, got in that trade, made 2 points, let it come down, got in that trade, made 2 points. And you could have come down and got in that trade and lost 2 points. Well, I've made 6 and lost 2. And say it drops down. That doesn't mean that it's like this 45 that was up there. Yeah, I saw it. We should get back to it. But how and when, I can't tell you that. So at some point in time, you've got to take a level or an area and say, okay, this thing should go back to this. Will it? I don't know. I'm real hesitant to be on the long side right now. It looks like it wants to go up, but I also see that 27 hanging out, 26, 27 area hanging out down there. And I'm going, that would be a better area, 27, 24 area to get in to make it ride it back up. And if you've been around saw long enough, you know that these levels, if you write them down and you go back at the end of the day, are they exact? No. But let me tell you, they're exact enough to put you in really close to a top or a bottom, really close. And a lot of times, like if you look at your 5-minute chart and you look at a 30 level, it blew through the 30, then it came back above it. It did that twice. And both times were, 10, 12-point trades. So that's kind of what you see out of the levels. Now, are they always like that? By no means. But right now we're kind of in between areas and just kind of like we're back around that 35. So, and two is a lot of times what you'll yeah, that it's highly possible. So if the question is, okay, if you got in at this 30, 31 area, if it's going to hold. Now, as long as we stay above 31.75. Let's put it this way. We break 30, we break 32, we're going down. As long as we stay above 32.50, we should see 42. Now, that's just a technical looking at the chart. That's what I see. Now, I'll have to wait till this bar here closes. But if this bar here closes, if say it were to close at 35, I would look to get to C 37. My stop would have to be below 32.50, preferably 32, 31.75. But I have to, I'm having to wait to see what this bar is going to do. Now, if we break that little spike low there and get below 32, then we can see this thing go down. But at that point in time, that 32.50 is going to be kind of like a little line in the sand, an invisible area. If we get back above it, then I'd look to see the 42 area. See, now that's why I say you have to wait till the bar closes. Now, what it was doing is now all changed. The pattern that was setting up there, every bit of that has changed. Let's see. I have a new pattern setting up. Okay. And let's see, in another about 15 seconds, if we get above, we get to 35.75, you could be long, but there's a lot of clutter here at 37.38. So if you get in that trade, you're going to get out pretty quick. But you got to hit 35.75 to get long. And like I say, it's going to be quick. So, I can find tons and tons of trades that they might not all be on a 5-minute bar. They may be on a 1-minute chart. And the thing about a 1-minute chart is your profits, they can be longer, but usually you're looking to just take a point or so and get out. You're not looking for 4 and 5 and 6 points. Now, if I see a pattern on the 1 minute and the 5 minute and they're both matching, then I see an entry on the one, then I'll take it. But I know that right now that 35.75, if you jumped in on it, you're going to have to get in and get out, because at about 37 to 37.75, it's just a lot of resistance area in there. So would that be a really great trade to take? Oh no, you just have to look at and weigh. Okay, if I get in, I got to be out at 31 or at least 32. So I'm risking 2 to make 1. So you got triggered on a trade. 35.75 is going to work. I don't know. We got the 36 and a quarter. Yep. We got our point out of it. Yeah, you gotta, and a lot of that, Maureen, it comes from, we fight those inner demons within us. Uh, a lot of times, I see the entry at 35.75 and I'll look for it to come back to that 34.50 area to jump in or something like that. And because it's going to go up, then it's going to pull back, then it's going to go up again. Usually, not all the time, but usually. And since this was a short trade, you jump in and you jump out. There's no great big expectations it's going to go to the moon. Doesn't mean it can. But I also know that we have around 36, we have, like I said, we had a lot of headway at 36 and 37. Yeah. That's Saul's main thing. He says, when you get into trade, first thing you ought to look for is not the profits, but where you're wrong at. How much are you going to, what can you sustain? So it, and that's, it's, and I've listened to Salt give classes and train other traders. We used to do it like once a week or twice a week, we'd all come into the room. And this is before we had Zoom and we could talk. We had to type in the questions and everything. But anyway, everybody would come in the room and he would start out and he would start teaching. This is why we do this and where we do this at. But the problem is he's telling you what to do. But the problem exists is I don't know if we don't hear him because I'm guilty of it. We're coming down at that 26 area. We double bottom. I'd be long at that 30. Now, don't ask me why. It's knowing that we're going down. But if I did, I wouldn't be long for long. Okay, we're coming down into the 26 area. So if you were able to get in at 27, you're getting paid off. See if it'll take it to one. There we go. I had to buy the 30 and I had to buy the 27s. So I'm out of my trades. It is now coming up on 10:15. A little after 10, 10, 10. Yeah. You know, I've been done since 9:30 and I'm still trading. So that's the habit of you know, I'm, I got no qualms. I don't know how many trades I've taken a day, probably 10, 11. I don't really pay much attention to that. You too, Maureen. Have a good one. You too, DL. Let's see what we've got here. Third. Had 11 trades today. But that's not, you're not supposed to copy what I do. You're supposed to come do what Saul does. And, I'm doing what he does, plus I'm doing other stuff, plus I'm seeing things in the chart. I'm going, okay, I'll take this trade. I'll get a point out of it. I'll do this. I took the 30. I was looking for a point, and I had a reason to take that 30. Also had a reason to take the 27. Could it have kept going? By all means. This thing can go wherever it wants to go. Yeah. So, guys, it's a little after 10. Let's see. I'm going to have to wait a few more minutes here to see what this thing's going to do. I want to see where this bar here closes. The next level Saul has below that 26 is going to be 1806. Let me post some numbers again for those that came in late. You can trade these numbers all day long. They're good areas, but once we've been to a number, that level is theoretically null and void. We try and only trade the numbers one time to it. Can we use those numbers in other ways and applications? By all means. It's going to be real interesting to see what they do with it Monday. So you have the numbers there. Just remember, it is Friday. We've had a good trading morning. There's been a lot of activity. The first 2 hours have been pretty good. And for me, I'm done. I'm not going to trade anymore. I don't care what kind of pattern it's let's put it this way. If I trade, that stop's going to be just right in there behind it because I refuse to give what I made back to them. So guys, everybody have a great weekend. If anybody has any questions, I'll be in the background for a little bit. I'd be more than happy to answer them if I can. Saul should be back Monday, and we'll start all of this new carnival again. Y'all have a great weekend.
Hey, thanks, Don, for filling in.
You're welcome.
For those that are joining us, I did post the opportunity to sign up for our service at a discount. Honor your trade along coach and make sure you're signed up. For those that are joining us through our socials, welcome aboard. Join us live in daytradingmarkets.org, live in Zoom. We help new traders to get set up to trade. We help experienced traders to trade better. Take a moment in your socials to distribute our, like us, share us, post us, find us based on our home base within that social. You can follow us. You can like us. You can heart us. You can post us, repost us. It really does help. For those that are joining us in Zoom, scroll back and find the opportunity to honor your host.